Good morning. Welcome to the Town of Rocky Mountain House, April 2nd, 2024, for the regular council meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. First item on our agenda is our acknowledgement of Indigenous peoples. The Town of Rocky Mountain House wishes to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is Treaty 6 territory and a traditional meeting ground and home for many Indigenous peoples, including the Blackfoot, Cree, Saulteaux, Stoney, and Métis. Before we start with the adoption of agenda, I just want to make everyone aware, we have a number of closed sessions. So 4.1 will move into closed session and then come out. We also have a closed session item that has to start at 11 o'clock. And so we'll adjust the agenda till then. And then Thursday in our discussion, the deputy mayor, the CEO, and I discussed meeting break time for lunch and stuff. And so it's sort of fluid at this time. Is there anyone that has a specific dietary needs that we should stop for? I was thinking maybe we'd have a half an hour break right at 12 o'clock, depending on where the agenda is. Or we can push through depending on how far we get through. We'll just sort of play it by ear. It's a little more tricky with the 9 a.m. start than it was at 1, because we go 2 hours, like a little while, and then we're right into a sort of a lunch break time of day. So with that said, there seems to be no discussion. I'll go to adoption of the agenda. To adopt the agenda for April 2nd, 2024. Are there any changes or comments on the agenda? Would somebody like to make a motion?
Sure. I will make a motion to adopt the agenda for the April 2nd meeting.
Thank you very much. No questions or comments, and seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So now I would like to move into closed session. So I'll ask our guest that's up third to just exit the chambers while we go into closed session. And so with that being said, I need a motion to go into closed session. Deputy Mayor Caprero.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Thank you very much. No questions or comments on that, and seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So now Thank you very much. So welcome back, everyone, to the regular council meeting for April 2nd, 2024 for the Town of Rocky Mountain House. And so we've just completed our closed session discussion with Baker Tilly, and there are no motions to have come out of it at this time. So we'll be moving forward in the agenda to a delegation from Accurate Assessment, and we have Bob Dodlin good, and Kurt Hartman here today to present. So gentlemen, I'll just remind you to press the button and then the light turns red and you're live. Okay. It's right behind you. Yeah.
So as far as, sorry.
You can turn that light towards you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you for the privilege of your time here and allowing us to convey the 2023 assessment to Council. The agenda will be, well, to my left is Kurt Hartman. He's with Accurate Assessment Group 2. We're both here to present. I'll be the primary speaker, and then if there are questions at the end of the presentation, we'll certainly, both of us will probably chime in and help answer any of the questions.
Thank you.
The presentation will be broken into two parts. The first part will be basically the introduction to to us, essentially, and what we're doing, and then the second part will be the meat and potatoes of the presentation, dealing with the numbers. So moving forward, of course, we're Accurate Assessment Group. We've been providing the assessment services for the town for 3 years now. This is our third year, our third finished year. We were founded in 1997. We have three main offices. We've got our headquarters out of Sherwood Park and a sub-office out of Whitecourt and out of Warburg. We have many client partners across Alberta. We provide assessment services for 25 rural municipalities, 8 cities, 7 towns, and 8 Métis settlements. So what this tells us, and as you can see with the green thematic in the map at this stage, you can see that we have a diverse knowledge in property and property valuation across Alberta. We have a lot of I guess you could say, data to review, to looking at trending, etc. So that is an important part of what we do and the quality of service that we can provide. And we hope to be the trusted advisors of all of our client partners, especially Rocky Mountain House. We feel that we can be that through our superb team depth, our great communication, and our sound integrity. We believe our technology drives best practices for assessment operations. We feel that we are the leaders in quality control through technology and experience. We have a vast array of personnel on staff. I would say 4 I neglected, and I apologize to Kurt earlier. Kurt's name's not on this list, but it should have been, and actually I've got a revised version that I was going to put up today. But regardless, Kurt's with us here. He has expertise in both residential and non-residential assessment. There's myself, the appointed assessor, and as well we have Jesse Nelson and Corey Allen, who are boots on the ground with residential assessment and conduct a lot of the inspections that are in town. Property assessment overview. So the basis of that is the process of assigning a dollar value to a property for taxation purposes. Essentially, assessed value multiplied by mill rate gives the property tax of a property. The Municipal Government Act governs municipal property assessment, specifically Parts 9, starting at Section 284. There are 3 main supporting regulations in addition to the MGA. They're acronyms, and you can read what they stand for in the slide. Acronym MRAT. That is the regulation that dictates how property is to be assessed. There's the COPTA regulation, which instructs us how to handle non-profit owned or occupied properties. And then there is MRAC, which is how assessment complaints are to be handled and sets out the expectations of all parties. When it comes to assessment valuation, there are 4 classes of assessment, and each one has a valuation tied to it, or a valuation standard tied to it. Residential assessment is valued through the market value approach. Non-residential assessment is almost entirely valued through the market value approach. There are a few exceptions, but nothing warranting discussion here. Farmland assessment is assessed through a regulated rate. And then there's designated industrial property, which is conducted by the province, and it is also assessed using regulated standard.
Can you just touch on how a residential property, apartment building, or townhouse condo complex would be designated, would be a residential property, but be in the assessment class of commercial?
Okay, so if we're speaking of apartments specifically, apartments would fall under the residential class because they are a residential use in nature.
Okay,
Condominiums as well, they fall under the residential class.
okay.
Okay, were there any others that you were wanting to?
I just wanted some
Those two?
clarification because
Okay.
it's been a little bit unclear
Okay.
if something's classed residential or commercial.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yes, if it's used residentially, a permitted use, I'll add that.
Yeah, they're not living in a commercial bay.
That's correct, unless it's permitted.
Yeah.
It's classed as residential. There are instances where there may be a designated suite in a commercial property, or possibly a security building, a security suite, if you will, maybe an ATCO bedroom unit moved in for security of the place. As long as the occupant is occupying that property or that spot for 30 days or more, it's classed as residential. But those are unique circumstances.
And so if you had a building that said, say, had commercial on the bottom and residential on top, then you just look at the suites by your
That-
assessments, specifically residential or commercial?
That's correct. Assuming that everything is permitted and allowed by the town, yes, the bedroom area or the suite apartment area up top and the top of the building would be classed as residential, and the retail or office space below would be classed as commercial. Absolutely.
Thank you.
So market value, since market value deals with the vast majority of the property types in Rocky Mountain House, let's explore market value. Market value means the amount that a property might be expected to realize if sold in the open market by a willing seller to a willing buyer. Now, there are three approaches to get to market value. There's the cost approach, direct sales approach, and the income approach. The cost approach is typically used for unique property types. This may include anything from schools to hospitals, very, very unique in nature, where you would not have sales comparisons in the marketplace. Specialty type properties, essentially. Direct sales approach uses sales of comparable properties. It adjusts for differences between them and then arrives at a market-supported estimate of value. And then the income approach capitalizes the anticipated real estate income stream. So direct sales approach is essentially how we assess residential properties, because there are many sales and they're not typically, single-family dwellings are not typically used as an income source. They're for residential purposes. However, when it comes to residential properties that are multi-family in nature, such as apartment buildings, fourplexes, et cetera, those are actually, the essence behind them is an income stream to the investor. So we use the income approach to value those types of properties.
Is there much difference in value between the direct sales approach and the capitalized anticipated income stream approach when you're looking at residential properties?
When we look at residential properties that are multifamily in nature, there should be, provided that there are ample sales to draw from, they should support each other, very much so.
So would it not be market specific? Like if you have a region with high unemployment or a specific, like a lower, like area I hate to say that certain properties are in certain different areas, but like say in Edmonton, for example, you'd have a lower income area. Would it capitalize the same way?
Absolutely. Well, there would be a difference, a drawn conclusion of a difference between locations, because at the end of the day, location is one of the primary factors of property values. So if you have two identical apartment buildings, we'll use that as an example, one in an area that is newer, let's say, we'll use that, newer
Yeah.
in
New
nature,
construction.
newer construction, well-developed
No
and
potholes.
safe neighborhood. That one, will likely be worth more, draw a higher rent than one that is possibly closer to the downtown of Edmonton, whereby we have a less desirable area to live. So the vacancy rates will be proportionate, and the market rents will be proportionate. So yes, hopefully that answers your question. There is a difference between those. Mass appraisal. It would be very costly to conduct an assessment by the way of a site-specific appraisal. Therefore, assessment in Alberta is completed by the mass appraisal technique. So in essence, if a municipality were to do a site-specific appraisal on all 3,000 properties every year, just for taxation purposes, this would be, the cost of that would be enormous. So we use a mass appraisal technique in order to, make it affordable essentially, but that's also to, it improves fairness and equity amongst all properties, because we're using common statistical analysis and applying that to all properties, not just doing site-specific valuations. So mass appraisal means the process of preparing assessments for a group of properties using standard methods and common data and allowing for statistical testing. Common data can include location, like we just spoke of, lot size, building size, number of suites, age of the property, the condition of the property, and then there are other factors as well. The assessment process. Every property is reassessed annually. That does not necessarily mean it's re-inspected or revisited annually, but it is reevaluated annually. And it's adjusted according to the market fluctuations year over year. Property inspections include any property that has had a recent development permit taken out on it, incomplete properties or new starts, and then as well, global re-inspections, meaning the designated re-inspection area for a given year. There are other conditions or, property types that may be inspected year over year too. If there's a new subdivision or if there happens to be sale on a property and the sale warrants an investigation, we'll also inspect those as well.
And for fire, if the home is...
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we hope that we're getting the list of fire damaged properties yearly. We typically do, and we will inspect those. Read the report. The report says a lot, whether it was a total consumption or not. And then we will make any adjustments, and we'll likely flag that property year over year until, it's either cleaned up or it's remediated. So, yeah, we keep tabs on that type of stuff, so. Assessment inquiries. We would hope that property owners would contact a municipality or attend an open house if they have any questions. That way they can speak with us directly, either by phone or in person. Typically, we will ask for, information, and we hope that they would request, or they would provide the requested information. For two things. One item is to make sure that we have correct information on our end. And then the other one is for the property owner to maintain their right of complaint. If we ask for a piece of information and it's not provided, well, it's very difficult to make sure that, to review and ensure that we have an accurate assessment on the property if we don't have the information that we've requested. And then finally, if after all the information is gathered and reviewed and the property owner is unsatisfied with the assessment, they are allowed and can lodge a formal assessment complaint, and it can go to an assessment review board if required. Second part of the presentation. Here is the year-over-year 2022 versus 2023 assessment change. Residential assessment increased year-over-year by approximately $40 million, or roughly 6% rounded. Non-residential assessment increased by just over $4.5 million, 2% increase there. Designated industrial property, an increase of approximately 4%. Farmland, essentially zero change. This is not uncommon. Remember, farmland is assessed using a regulated rate, and that regulated rate doesn't change year over year. So the change that you visual here is probably a status change of some type. There was a piece of land that either was being farmed or is no longer being farmed. That's the type of changes that we see year over year. So it goes from a non-market value standard or regulated rate to a market value standard, or the other way around. So in this case, very little change. And then exempt property, a drop of $3 million, or roughly 2%. So the overall grand total net change, an increase in 4% to the assessment base. The next slide is a graphical slide that, well, as it states, depicts each of the classes graphically. So you can see the trending over 5 years. So since 2020, assessment, residentially speaking, has been on the rise. And the same can be said for non-residential assessment. The other three, you can see, essentially no change year over year, maybe a slight rise with the designated industrial property as well. Now, I will be speaking further to residential and non-residential change. The 6% and 2% is made up of two factors. Some of that is going to be market change year over year, but some of it is growth as well, physical growth.
And would that be the same with exempt, that some properties could have been sold and reduced the amount of not-for-profit and turned into a commercial property?
Yes, that can happen. Many of the exempt properties, the high-value exempt properties, are assessed using a cost approach. So some of that, the decrease in this particular instance, can be just due to depreciation, year-over-year depreciation. Yes, if an exempt property is sold to a taxable owner or a taxable occupant, then that property would be removed from the exempt portion of the exempt class and moved over to taxable class. The next slide is a total assessment base history compare. And of course, it shows, very similar to what we've seen already since 2020, a solid increase year over year.
Does it tell you how much growth that it is? It just says total, but it doesn't tell you the increase in actual number of properties, right?
Not yet, but I will get into that year over year in a further slide here. Yep, absolutely. So the next chart or table is a taxable assessment change compare based on percent. So it stratifies all the taxable properties down to how they changed. And specifically, the important takeaway on this is approximately 82% of the taxable properties in the town of Rocky Mountain House will incur anywhere from 0 to 10% increase. So the vast majority of the properties are between 0 and 10%. The next table is very similar, except instead of percent change, it's dollar change. And of course, the focus here is 61% of the properties will incur anywhere from a $1,000 to a $25,000 increase. And you can see the rest of the stratification there. The one property that may stand out, may have a question on, is you see that there is one taxable property that decreased by over $1 million. Probably a questioning which one that is. That happens to be a hotel facility. And basically, I guess, an underperforming hotel facility is what we can call that. The next table is more of a, I guess, a really rudimentary way of showing an economic change over 5 years. New accounts, we just spoke of new accounts. There was a question on that. As you can see, that in 2023, there was 15 new accounts and how that relates to previous years. Some of the, I guess, items that would constitute a new account may not necessarily be a new subdivision. It could be a case where if a building spanned across 2 lots, previously it was classed as one property, one account. But then if that building burnt down or was demolished and the titles are independent of each other, then that would be broken into two separate accounts. So that's an example. There are various examples that happen, and instances that happen that can formulate that.
If someone owned a duplex and half was sold to one person and half was sold to somebody else, would it fall into your 15?
If prior to that, it was titled under one title and then subdivided out and broken out, absolutely, that would fall into that. And then the next one there is development permits and the trend there. Of course, you can see we've got, the last 3 years has been very healthy with regards to development permits. Development permits will include, it will include new construction, new housing, but also basement developments, new garages, renovations, whatever may come across the planning and developments window. Getting into the overview of residential and non-residential assessment. Residentially speaking, the overall improved market or overall improved change in residential assessment was between 5% and 6%. That's a 5 to 6% increase year over year. I'll break it out into growth versus market here in a little bit. Now, there were some locations where there was a shift in value and shift in value allocation, whereby land values were here, and now there is enough evidence to say that it's moved. And in this case, some locations in Rocky Mountain House, land values dropped. However, the end value of an improved property was still better than it was last year. So the allocation of value changed. Land values went down slightly, building value more attributed to there because we still have to reach that 5 or 6% increase year over year. Building values went up.
So how does land value go down if we've just recently done a study about a subdivision and found that it's cost prohibitive for us to install a development, and yet you're saying, so that means that the value is much higher than we can afford to develop a lot, which means the cost of the land and the lot serviced is higher. How can it go down then when you do the assessment because it's already serviced in a lot? How can that go down when we know it costs more to service and develop a lot in our
Okay.
town?
Understood. We don't relate our analysis to that specifically. What we're looking at is market indicators, not the cost of servicing. Now, there is logic behind land should be worth more if the cost of servicing is going up. However, every market is its own market in Alberta. If you're living in wherever your locale is, it may cost, I'll give an example, a rural example, for example. It may cost nowadays probably $50,000 to $60,000 to service, we'll say a 3-acre site. And depending where you are in Alberta, the raw land before servicing you may be able to pick it up for $40,000, $50,000. So in essence, we have, that owner may have $100,000 into that lot, or $120,000. But if they turn around and sell that property, they may only capture $80,000 of that, even though the service cost X and the land as raw cost X or Y. So, go ahead.
With the low availability for income, like for, we've got low vacancy and high development costs. I understand what you're saying, but with the shortage of housing in Alberta, how does land value go down? Because you're not going to get more developers developing if the land is becoming decreasingly valuable.
Okay,
So in our town, we want to encourage development, and you're devaluing developed land.
okay, okay.
So wouldn't it make sense that the house would be worth less, but the land stays the same? Because you could mow that house down and still have the value of the land.
Understood. This is a complicated conversation. So there is a couple of things that come to mind here. Land is the variable. So over the last 3 years, we've had quite a spike in cost of construction. So that's not changing. Materials, you can't get it for any cheaper. You can't negotiate. And I mean, the builders may be able to negotiate, but so that labor costs are labor costs. People that are holding land, that's the variable that I see, and they have the option of holding strong or reducing or whatever the case is. Now, specific to the town here, the entire town land base didn't decrease year over year. There are just some locations that did. And this is not necessarily totally market change. This is third year in, understanding the property values more, finding some more information, some more market data, and then incorporating that, looking outside of the town and saying, for example, the downtown core of Rocky Mountain House hasn't had a single lot arm's length transaction since sometime prior to 2016. The downtown residential core. So,
But that doesn't mean the value's worth any less. I mean, like, you can't probably get an accurate, but doesn't it also say that that's worth more and people are hanging on to it? Because it's more valuable?
so as there are listings,
Okay.
and these listings have existed for quite a number of years, and they're not selling. And then there recently here was a listing drop by 30%. It still hasn't sold. So when we look at that, and then we also look at, okay, we don't have a whole lot of market data for the downtown core. We've got some opinions, verbal opinions, supporting that it's lower, some opinions on title supporting that it's lower, listing prices supporting that the previous year's assessment was too high. And then we look outside of that because we have the opportunity to look at other markets of similar towns because we do other areas. That also substantiates the fact that the trends are for downtown residential cores are dropping. And this coincides with, I'll give an example, Bonnyville, Alberta, saw incurred a 15% drop in their downtown core land, supported by market. They're very similar values for lands in the two, and I would say very similar driving economies too, actually. I can say the downtown core for the town of St. Paul decreased this year by 40%.
Yeah,
You know,
it's a study that people want highway commercial or bigger lot sizes, but like,
Yeah.
in residential, how does
No,
it
I'm-
change for residential
I'm
though?
speaking residential.
But you're talking downtown core.
Downtown residential, meaning residential properties that are close to the downtown, the old
Okay.
areas, if you
Oh,
will,
okay.
where the hub is.
Okay.
That's what I'm speaking of.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
okay.
you meant just like downtown, like.
No
When you say
commercial.
downtown, I think Main Street commercial.
Downtown residential, downtown
Okay.
residential. So yes, those are two instances that support. And if we go into, is the valuation fair for what we have now, fair in regards to Rocky Mountain House versus others? Actually, Rocky Mountain House, in the 5 that I analyzed yesterday, has one of the highest still vacant residential lot values of Bonnyville, St. Paul, Westlock, City of Wetaskiwin. You know, so what I can say is there's
So I agree with those, but if you look at us compared to our neighbors, so those, I mean, like, I'm familiar with Wetaskiwin. I know the housing value there.
Yeah.
I understand there's some challenges in that community for whatever reason. And the housing's, it's $100,000 less for an identical Laybon house because Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but when you look at our neighbors to Drayton Valley and Sylvan Lake, does it still show that same devaluation of residential land value?
Well, Sylvan Lake, I would not necessarily call that a comparable municipality.
It used to be much smaller.
Okay, we don't do Sylvan Lake, but I'm familiar with Sylvan Lake growing up in the Innisfail area, so I frequented there, and it's a resort town of sorts. I mean, it's a bedroom community to Red Deer, et cetera. Drayton Valley, yes, very similar. We don't conduct the assessments for Drayton Valley, but I did look at listings there to see, and yes, the values coincide.
Okay.
Yeah. So now the change isn't necessarily market change. It is gathering more information and being able to prepare a value that we feel is substantiated by what little market we do have. And if there are no sales in the last 7 to 8 years, well, then you revert to listings, opinions, and as well, we also use residual values. So in the case of, again, the downtown residential area, there are several recent improved sales. So a residential lot with a building on it, a house, the lowest one being $67,000. Well, that leads us to believe that, yes, there's not much value in the building, but you can't have a $60,000 lot if the entire property sold for 67, and there are a few sales of that nature. So doing all of that, reviewing all the market data there, and then comparing that to similar communities and seeing, yes, this makes sense. It's a combination of, yes, possibly the market's dropped, the demand for the downtown residential lots has lessened, and also tweaking, understanding the market better and making the adjustments that are required. Yeah. 4 years ago, the downtown lots were assessed at substantially more, double that. Well, if we had the same assessments that we did 4 years ago, we would have a lot of assessment complaints and they would be valid. Yeah. So hopefully that
Yes, that answers my
explains.
questions.
Moving into multi-residential properties, duplex, triplex, fourplexes, minimal change there. There was a little bit of change, but nothing significant. And then apartment buildings, anywhere from a 4 to 6% increase on average. Now, non-residential properties, a quieter year this year than in the past. Downtown commercial, minimal change. I'm talking downtown commercial, not residential. Highway commercial, minimal change again. And then industrial properties, there was an uptick there of 2 to 4% in market, or market/growth. Of course, we know that there were a couple of new buildings in that area too. Moving to the next slide. If you recall, residential assessment year over year went up by 6%. So that's consists of two factors. One is new construction, which accounts for about 2.2% of that 6%, if you will, and then residential inflation or market inflation, 5.6% year over year. So the combination of those two results in a rounded 6% increase year over year. Non-residential assessment, again broken up by two factors, one being new construction and the other being market change. Approximately a 0.6% growth or new construction, and then 1.2% due to market change. As you recall, downtown commercial and highway commercial essentially no change, but industrial incurred a 2 to 4% increase. So if you put that across the board of non-residential, a 1.2% gain in assessment base for non-residential assessment. So it's rounded to 2%. The reinspection schedule. So this year, we focused on the blocked area, 2023. We actually fine-tuned this again further, being our third year in, and we broke broke it into a 4-year cycle. And in that residential, or that reinspection schedule, we're looking for changes to properties, maybe renovations that maybe weren't permitted. You know, that happens from time to time, believe it or not. Then we're also looking at any properties that have sold, any properties that possibly have been neglected, you know, and making any adjustments in the assessment that we feel are required. The 2024 slated area is, of course, marked on the map as well. So you can say, I believe that's north of 52nd Avenue, I believe.
I believe Councillor Chappelle's been waiting. Sorry, Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you, Worship, if I can. So I really want to understand what reinspection schedule means. So we have a nice fancy map here, but likely if there is a development permit comes in for any house in any area, or any of the things that you just identified in your list of what you look for, I would think that you do that throughout the town, not only that area. So why do we have a map? What specific things do you do over and above the norm in that area that would not normally happen? Do you knock on doors, go in houses? What do you do? And in fact, is this map that you have drawn here have any credence in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in the end? Because I look at it as nice, pretty map for no good reason whatsoever, unless you can convince me differently.
Okay. Ms. Mayor, if I will?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, please.
Okay, sure. Yes, we focus in on every property within the boundaries of that designated area, and we look for specifics, like I had mentioned, any renovations, whether it be windows or doors. We look to make sure that the actual data that we have is correct, is reflective of what we see. It's basically a review. We may knock on a door, ask questions. We may do an interior inspection if we see it's warranted. And we will update the photos for that particular property. So essentially, every property in town will have a photo at most 4 years old. And that's what we'll do. We'll also, as you alluded to, do inspections throughout the town that are related to either incomplete properties or new developments or subdivisions or possible sale investigations, et cetera. So we do a more intensive review in the area that's designated the reinspection area, and looking through with a fine-tooth comb the assessment data, making sure that there are no mistakes in it and that everything is reflective of that property in its current state. Does that answer your question, sir?
Not really.
Would you like to
Okay.
add to that?
About the only thing I might be able to add is we do look at a number of characteristics on properties when we value them, and that comes back to the mass appraisal. So we look at things like the building size, the building age, the building condition, outbuildings, garages, so on. What we do in our reinspection cycle is we verify all of the details on those properties, looking for any changes at all on the inventory that we have on those properties. And by doing a regular reinspection, we keep that information current and up to date. So we focus hard on those properties, and as Bob indicated, we don't ignore the rest of the town. The rest of the town still does get a review for lack of a better term, targeted inspections. So permits would be a great example of, if there's a permit taken out, definitely going to look at that one. Fires were mentioned earlier, so they're still looked at for those. But in that reinspection area, it's looking at all the characteristics that are utilized in the mass appraisal approach and the mass appraisal valuation methods that we utilize. So I don't know if that helped at all.
Thank you for that explanation. I think we can move on. Yes, thank you.
And then the next slide shows a reinspection schedule that we do annually. We'll do a visual reinspection of all non-residential properties in town. And that is, it supports our methods of valuing non-residential properties, in that we are able to maintain the calculated vacancy year over year. We're able to understand if tenants move from one property to the other or vacate a property, so we understand general economics of the town. It helps us using the mass appraisal technique evaluation because it is very important to know if the vacancy levels are going up, if market rents are changing, et cetera. So there are instances in a highly industrial town where there'll be certain assets, accessible assets, that are moved or relocated too, year over year, especially when the economy is thriving. There may be tanks moved in and out and being used on site with berms, et cetera, and then next year they're relocated somewhere else. Well, those are accessible assets that aren't necessarily permitted year over year. Same thing with relocatable camps. They can be moved in, used for a couple of years, and then moved out. And again, in an industrial setting, in an industrial town, they may or may not be permitted, but they are still accessible. So it's our, I guess, desire to go and make sure that in order to maintain fairness and equity amongst properties, that these types of situations are acknowledged and adjusted for. So these are the reasons that it keeps us, basically it helps us keep our finger on the pulse of the economy, both from a valuation standard as well as a physical standard of buildings, et cetera. So moving forward, so far, what I can say, I guess, looking back, so far since mail out, which was February 22nd, there have been approximately 11 inquiries on their assessments. So we're closing in on maybe ending 5 weeks here now, and 11 phone calls / emails since then. So thought the council would like to know that. With regards to a forecast of residential assessment, of course, we know that there was 5.6% inflation, market inflation, since 2022. That trend actually continued. I did a study of it here over the last few days within the town, and that trend continued up until October. The market actually had increased between July 1st and October, probably another 3 to 4%, according to sales, and there were an ample number of sales to support that. What's happened since October is it's softened. There are sales to show that up until the end of February. We still have 4 months of sales left to go, so we'll see. But my anticipation right now is probably not much change from 2023, moving to 2024. The end result, it went up and then it's coming back down. So I anticipate there to be no significant year-over-year change moving forward. So this may help you for budgeting or whatever the case is. But at this point, that's my prediction on that. So the moving forward aspect of the slide, handling the inquiries due to assessment notices. I've let you know already that there's been approximately 11 inquiries so far. And then we're addressing any of the concerns and conducting any inspections that are required out of that up until likely the end of April, beginning of May. Next, we'll be preparing the request for information letters. That'll be typically prepared in mid-June, and then mailing those out at the beginning of July. We'll also be conducting any scheduled property re-inspections between June and September. Most of those will be what we call the global re-inspection area. And then in the fall, we'll be inspecting the new permits. So between September and December, we'll be re-inspecting any new permits or incomplete progressive structures, and then dealing with any sales, et cetera, from that folder. So that concludes our presentation.
I believe Councillor Chappelle has a question.
In your presentation, you indicated an open house. That was news to my ears. Are you planning an open house, or have you had an open house, or what's the process there?
We are working with administration. We have not had one yet, but we are working with administration on that.
And will that be before the deadline then?
It may be. I would presume so, yes. Now, being that there's been only 11 calls, I'm not sure how many calls there have been into the town itself, but we've had 11 calls so far. I'm not sure. We're still waiting to see if it's warranted or not.
I see. Did you have another question?
Your Worship, I have another question, if I can, please. And that's about land values. According, the mayor's already touched on this in terms of land values decreasing. And of the assessment notices I've seen, the land value has went down substantially in some areas. And I'm gonna reference one of my own, which under a duplex, you got the land at $29,000. That's a half a duplex, and I know we're not supposed to talk about individual things, but at $29,000, if you add the other half, we're talking $58,000 for a piece of land. That seems totally unrealistic. Now, when a property sells, my realtor friends here will probably confirm that you get a value of a property. It doesn't separate land and improvement. So when you talk about you've got market values or predetermined values, I don't understand how, because a sale does not divide the two, correct? So I guess my question is, how do you determine $29,000 for a piece of land? And we're
Serviced.
Yes, because we're trying to get land developers in here. And the fear I have is that there's a synergy between what an assessment notice says for land value and what a developer sees in land values or perceives. I don't understand why a land value would decrease. I just, it makes no sense, especially $29,000. Like that's on a 14-year-old property. Doesn't make sense. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, please.
Ms. Mayor, thank you. I'm not sure I can really answer your question directly with the target that you're going, but what I can say, the $29,000 on a 3,000 square foot piece of property or 3,200 square foot piece of property is not unrealistic in similar urban settings. And in fact is higher than many urban settings similar to Rocky Mountain House.
Yeah,
that
but
we do.
Wetaskiwin doesn't count.
No, I understand that, Ms. Mayor, but there are others that I've referenced to, and some of them are even lower. What I can also say is that we don't have any sales evidence at this point to support actual sales in the areas where we prepared the assessments in hopes of ascertaining market
Okay,
value.
but if they've been sold privately, you wouldn't have that. You only have it on the MLS, right?
No.
You have private sales information?
Thank you, Ms. Mary. Yes, we get every land title that occurs, every sale that occurs through Alberta Land Titles. And as indicated in the area, the focus area that Councillor Chappelle is mentioning, there has not been a single property arm's length transaction since sometime prior to 2016, well before we were here. So what we have are listings, opinions, et cetera. So
Well,
this is, and when we cannot have an assessment higher than listing values, otherwise we're wrong. And if a property is being listed at a certain amount and hasn't sold in 4 or 5 years, it can be assumed that that listing is likely higher than what it's worth.
but why are you devaluing the land instead of the house? So, for example, in this building, the land is serviced, there's nothing wrong with the land, but it's a cost to renovate and to remove, say, asbestos in this building, for example. Why would you not look at, it's the building devaluating instead of the land?
Well,
Like, I don't understand how a serviced lot that you would pay $100,000 for, because that's really what, generally speaking, a serviced lot was going for the last 10 years in Rocky. And now duplex lots, fine, they could be less than that, but it doesn't compute to us to devalue the land. Maybe the house is not worth anything.
okay, the land values aren't static across the board. There are areas in the town, some areas that are lower than others. For example, across the tracks, the new developed area down, in the southwest corner, those lot values are assessed at roughly between $90,000 and $100,000. Okay, north of town, in the very extreme north end, those lot values are in the $80,000 to $95,000, I believe. There's the specific area that's being brought up, that the focus is the older area of town. Okay, it's not That's not a brush that's painted across town. So now with reference to how, well, there's two things. First off, the value of land in the downtown core is designated by sales. And if there are no sales, then we go to other factors that will point us in the direction. And then we look at improved properties. And if improved properties that are, maybe they're very old in nature, but they're selling for anywhere from $60,000 to $70,000 to $80,000, well, that there supports the fact that the land isn't worth $100,000 downtown for that lot. It's worth substantially less than that. So that's how we arrive at the conclusion that we have. Now, if we happen to get sales evidence in the near future, which we hope we do, an appraiser, an assessor always wants more sales. Any sales in this case would be helpful. Then we will make adjustments accordingly, provided that there are adjustments to be made. If the sale shows that, well, the market is up, well, then we will be moving it, moving the assessment in a direction.
But what if you live in a community where, like, half my neighborhood's been there for 50 years? You know what I mean? Like, the people that, I don't want to use a name, but my one neighbor, he's had that house, I'm 50, so he's had it 60 years, same house. You're not getting sales data because people are valued and staying in that location for a longer period of time. So why would not having sales data and living there that long devalue or not it doesn't make sense to me, because you think that would be worth more because they're living there longer, because they appreciate and like that is worth more. Do you know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah.
I do. However, in this instance, we do have properties that are listed for sale. Vacant residential lots, and they're not selling. So there's supply. The simple fact is there's supply, but there is less demand than there is supply.
Okay.
If there was a demand for those residential lots, those vacant residential lots, they would be selling. And it's either one of two things. There's less demand, or a combination of both. There's either less demand or the price too high, and those owners aren't willing to sell for less. So market value is wherever they meet, and right now they're not meeting yet. So this is, and when we take this template and we look at other communities, like I say, the value of land for downtown vacant residential, downtown, I'm talking not commercial, residential.
Yeah, residential, yeah.
Is very similar and on the high end still of other similar communities.
Okay.
So yeah.
Councillor Chappelle, I see your light is on still.
I want to, we need to move on because the time has come.
Yeah.
So in terms of my land value, what you're telling me is 29,000, still too high for my duplex lot, which I don't think makes me too excited. Furthermore, it's 16 years old and you're calling that an old part of town, which I kind of disagree with. That paint our whole town old. So I think I'm not going to get an answer to my question as to land values. So I want to move on. And so my next question has to do with, you've been doing our assessment for 3 years. Your graph shows how the assessed values went up every year for the 3 years. And when you talk about sales increases, so the value has went up 5.8% on houses in Rocky Mountain House this year, is the number you said. I want to know how that number is determined, because my house didn't sell yesterday, and then a year from now again, and then a year now again. So for cost comparisons, you've got this number of 5.8%, because people who've come to my door and said, my house didn't go up 5.8%. A $500,000 house, in one case, you've got it up $50,000. And they're saying, my house isn't worth $50,000 more. And so when I hear you saying, well, the market values went up 5.8% this year, basically the same last year, how do you determine that number? Because you're not showing exact comparisons. Like, I just don't understand how you draw that number out without having the same house selling year after year after year to determine this is the market value. How do you determine that it went up that? What numbers do you use, and can we get a copy of your spreadsheet or whatever that determines how that number is derived on an annual basis?
Go for it if you want.
Sure, I can, as I knock that over. So, maybe a better way of approaching the question would be, we don't necessarily say, well, the market is going up 5.8%. The total assessment has gone up 5.8%. So what we do each year is we take a look, we have inventory on all the properties in the town. So we know the size, we know the age, we know basement finish, we have all the characteristics of that. And we look at all the sales that have occurred. So obviously we will now compare all the sales that have happened to the inventory we have. And then again, using the mass appraisal approach where we create our valuation models, we will then adjust the assessments to equal those market values and apply the same factors throughout the town. So the net result is that the total assessment base has gone up 5.8%. That doesn't necessarily mean, you know, we don't calculate and say, well, the average increase is 5.8% throughout the town, therefore everyone's assessment goes up 5.8%. Different areas will go up different amounts, different types of houses might see different changes in value. You know, an extreme example, a duplex might change at a different rate than a single-family dwelling. Or a 50-year-old house might change at a different rate than, you know, a 2-year-old house. It would be spectacular if we could get properties sell year after year and we can have a nice comparison that way. But at the end of the day, what we do is we take the inventory we have, compare that to the sales that have occurred, and using, again, that mass appraisal modeling, we apply the same valuation rates throughout similar type properties. So I'm not sure if that answered completely the question, but that is generally how we do approach that.
So, can I ask you like a similar question but different? So, for example, in the market, higher end houses sell for more money because that seems to be the trend. Just like in different sales, you have good, better, best. It seems like best always sells. Better is sort of like, and then if you can get into a house that's the most cheapest as possible, but it's livable, some of the properties maybe for sale are not livable or not, you know, they cost too much to put a new furnace in or whatever it requires. Do you look at that difference? Like, are you applying that more expensive homes sell for 10% more, and are you applying that through the other levels of the inventory?
We would stratify those different types of properties based on their characteristics. So again, we stratify based on location, based on age, based on quality of construction, based on, you know, do houses with basement finish sell differently than those without? Well, reasonably, you would say yes. How much? How much different? You know, we look at all those characteristics and, again, stratify and apply similar modeling to similar type properties. So we don't paint, you know, if we see, like you said, the high-end properties are going up a lot, their higher valued properties are going up quite a bit, that brush doesn't get painted all the way through everything.
Councillor Chappelle, did you have another question, or you're finished? Okay. Does anyone else have any questions before we conclude? Thank you so much for all of the time and your explanations. You can tell that we've been approached quite a lot, more than 11 times, about questions of land value and commercial versus residential and duplex versus home. And I don't know if you touched on it, but the last thing that we had a lot of inquiries were about is when it wasn't broken out. When it didn't, it said last year it was land was this much, building was that much, and this year it's one. I don't know if you touched on that at all, but that was another inquiry I had a lot of. Did that get answered? No, so that was another question that we did have, like I was asked quite a few times, that in previous years, the land was so much, and now it says other, and it doesn't break it out.
Okay.
Can you explain what is happening there? Is it like you're going to need more information, or like what do we tell people when they ask us that?
Sure, Ms. Mayor, thank you. Prior to us providing the assessment services, I believe the non-residential, because this is probably what it alludes to the most, non-residential residential assessment was using the cost approach to value, which breaks out land and buildings. When we started providing services, the best practice approach for non-residential properties, being office space, retail space, et cetera, warehouse space, is the income approach. The income approach arrives at one number because it assumes that there is a specific amount of land required in order for the building to operate, to be functional. So we will adjust if there is an inadequate amount of land or if there's a surplus amount of land. But essentially, that valuation model arrives at one number. It's assumed that land is part of the equation.
Okay, so I think that's triggered a question that we forgot about.
Yes. Thank you.
We had a lot of, you only had 11, but we've had quite a few.
I would ask that they would be directed to
Yes,
us.
absolutely, and we've given that information, and I think the administration, I was here one day when there was a lady that was really upset about it, and they did a great job of saying where to find the information and how to get a hold of you. But they know us, and they voted for us, so they're calling us, and we're supposed to straighten out whatever their concern is, and that's why we're asking all these questions.
So I asked this question last year when you were here, and that was with the forms that you would send out on an annual basis to anybody who is a landlord, looking for information. My question was, could that happen every 2 years versus every year? It's a complicated document, takes a while to fill out. Knowing now that that information isn't relevant per site, it goes into a mass appraisal unit, why can we not ask our people in our community to fill it out every second year versus every year?
Well, we were discussing this actually on our way down today, and Kurt had some good points that he may even add or start with right now.
I don't know about good points, but best practice is to collect that information annually. The reason being is it is very important for us to be utilizing the most recent, the most current information that is out there. And the only way we can know some of that information is by asking it. So again, we want to be as accurate as we can. And if we start to have gaps in our data collection, then that's when we can start to see even more fluctuations. You know, if we waited a couple years to collect information, all of a sudden we collect and say, wow, rents have gone way up, or hopefully that's the answer, right? That things are going way up, or maybe rents have gone way down, or vacancy has really changed. You know, in some properties like some of your downtown and things like that, we can visually see a lot of vacancy, but something like an apartment building, we can't visually see the amount of vacancy that is occurring. So if we wait a couple years, all of a sudden we see vacancy, and that example has skyrocketed and has gone from has jumped 10-15%. And then we start to see big fluctuations in the assessment that aren't necessarily we get behind on that, and it's really hard to represent market value if we don't have the current information to utilize.
And if I can add to that, when you have gaps in data, then you become susceptible to not being able to defend an assessment. So if we were not to gather data annually, and we happen to be on the off year that we didn't gather data, and there was a change to one of those factors, and we get challenged on an assessment, well, the property owner may have more current data than we have for whatever reason, especially if it gets into an agency situation like a tax agent or something like that, where this is what they do year over year, just like what we do. So it is very important for multiple reasons: fairness and equity, our assessment valuation model, and defending the assessment as well.
If I can add one more piece is, what Bob is alluding to is protecting the assessment base and therefore the tax base of the town, and to ensure that it is solid. Secondly, it isn't necessarily just our practice to collect that annually. That is, the standard best practice utilized by
City of Red Deer.
I'll say most, if not
Yeah.
all, assessors throughout the province. I don't want to say all, because there might be some that don't, but I don't know of any that don't collect that annually.
So you believe that most of the assessments for taxation are moving away from cost approach and into income approach? Because income approach to me, it makes it difficult for low-income families to afford places, because if they're assumed that you should be making so much per month, we're increasing, you know, that sort of stuff, and I feel that it is unfairly changing our community's pricing from a cost to an income.
If I could, Ms. Mayor, I want to be clear, it's not the income of the people.
I know, but the
Okay,
income of the
continue.
people doesn't matter. If they can only afford so much, and the places are a lower valued, they're being a service for market rent, and they're trying to keep it low, for example, a duplex, you know what I mean? Then when we say the assessment's higher and the taxes are higher, then the rent becomes higher.
Everything, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so at the end of the day, that's an approach to value. The end value is market value. So if we were to look at valuing, and what we're talking about is strictly the non-residential or multifamily type properties when we talk about the income approach. That's the only type of property it would be applicable to. A single family dwelling, the income approach is not utilized. And that's where you use direct sales comparison. But Bob mentioned earlier, one of his slides, there's 3 approaches to value: cost approach, sales comparison, and income approach. At the end of the day, utilizing any 3 of those would come out to the same value. Income approach is what is the recommended approach for non-residential properties. But if we were to use the cost approach, it would be, we would have to adjust the value that's calculated. So it'd be land value plus cost to reproduce a similar property, and then a depreciation value, and then an adjustment to that to equal market value. So at the end of the day, the assessed value would come out the same. The income approach, though, is what's recommended by, the Alberta Municipal Auditors, plus the IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessing Officers, as best practice for those types of properties. So at the end of the day, the assessed value actually would be the same on any of the 3 approaches.
I'm
Does
just
that
wearing
help?
my women's shelters hat, and we just had a big meeting there.
Oh.
And so I'm like trying to protect, you know, market value for lower income families. And it concerns me when we're going 5%, 8%, 5.8%, or whatever our valuation is. That means, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I just have to ask questions because of my different hats I'm wearing today.
Understood.
So
understood.
I think I don't see any more questions from anybody. And again, I wanted to thank you so very much for coming today and explaining the complications of assessment. And we for sure will ask anyone that has questions to call your office directly or concerns so that we can track those numbers more effectively. And that's something that we're going to be saying, because I don't keep track of how many people I put them on to. Like you said, we suggest and recommend to everyone, but I just think they don't necessarily feel comfortable doing that.
Okay.
Based on the number of people, I've had more than 11 ask me questions. So, but thank you so very much, and we really appreciate your time today.
Thank you for the privilege of your time as well.
Okay, thank you. So I believe at this time, at 11 o'clock, we have a meeting. I will break for a 10-minute recess. And so then when we come back at 11, we'll go into that closed session, and I'll talk to our 2 gentlemen that are patiently waiting for their delegation on the break. So welcome back to the Town of Rocky Mountain House for April 2nd, 2024 for our regular council meeting. We are moving forward to the agenda to 14.4, and we have a closed session item under FOIP Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. And it was scheduled for 11 a.m., so we're going to move to that agenda item now. Councillor Chappelle.
Also make the motion, we move to in camera.
Thank you very much. So all in favor of that motion? I see no questions or comments, and that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, welcome back to the Town of Rocky Mountain House for April 2nd, 2024, regular council meeting. We are now going to 4.5 in the agenda, and it's a delegation from the Recreation, Parks, and Community Services Board. And today we have Wendell Mason and Clay, I'm not going to, Jostime. Thank you, Clay. It was the T confused me. Just remind you to put your mics on, and you can go right ahead. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship, council members and staff. We are here on behalf of the Rec, Parks, and Community Services Board to express our commitment and passion for our community and all the facilities and programs it offers and could offer. We understand the rec agreement and terms of reference are under review by both town and county councils, and we thought it'd be beneficial to share with you what we feel is the value of this board. The board consists of community members that come from diverse backgrounds in recreation and parks and a vested interest in seeing growth and the well-being of programs and facilities throughout our community. We provide input from stakeholders and provide relevant insight from the community. The board believes it can further contribute by providing an increased insight into the rec master plan and to the planning for new capital projects, public consultations with user groups, which would provide insights into funding allocation towards new capital projects. We kindly request council's consideration in granting the rec board a more substantial role within the rec master plan framework. By doing so, we can further strengthen the representation and accountability of decisions made for the betterment of our community, but also foster an environment of inclusivity and collaboration. We believe that the Rec Board is a key voice for the public, which can provide insights as the Recreation, Parks, and Community Services Board looks forward to supporting the town's guiding principles of fiscal responsibility, environmental sustainability, collaboration, and communication. Promise to be short.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming to us today and expressing your feelings. Is there anything that the board is discussing right now that, while you have your 5 minutes in the microphone, that you'd like to bring to our attention?
Well, I think like Wendell said, like if it's, our aim is to take a bigger role in serving the community, be that conduit between user groups and the town administration and ultimately council, right? Right now, I don't know if you want to speak to this, but we feel we don't have that type of, like, user groups may come to us, but there's nothing we can do, right? We can listen to them and say, thanks for sharing, but there's really no influence that the rec board has that we feel that can actually get things done, right?
So you feel that user groups are coming to you to express concerns about recreation in our community, and it's not being translated to council or administration or both?
Well, it's just not that, it loses momentum, let's call it that, right? Like,
In the past, we've had groups come to us with ideas, you know. There was a school that brought forward a delegation. Well, it was great that they brought us, you know, they have a vision and an idea of what they want to do, but let's be honest, ultimately, at the end of the day, that's not our decision to make. And I don't want to say it was a waste of their time, but it was a waste of their time. We feel that we're there because we're involved with various groups in the community, and not only for the ones that maybe we represent directly, but other ones that are trying to get going. We see, you know, other ICE users that want to try and get programs going, and we support them, but really it only goes so far.
So do you see yourself having a larger role in the rec agreement, where that you can have more say, or just a different way to communicate it, or just make sure that you're maintained in the new rec agreement?
I think for us as a board and as members of the community or the county, just representation, you know, we had a great review of the rec master plan last week to go over, you know, what are some key things. Maybe there's some things that need to be taken off what was on the 10-year plan previously. There's things that maybe priority-wise need to be moved up. We hear often service level. That's not a level of service that we can afford to provide or are willing to provide when it comes to maintenance of facilities. And I think just having a bigger voice when there's agreements with school divisions, et cetera, and providing that feedback and that feedback getting back ultimately to yourselves.
Do you think, so we have council representation on the board right now. Do you think it would require like 2 people to bring back more like information, or do you think we need to bring it back in a different?
I think
Different
maybe,
way?
sorry to cut you off, I think maybe, more detailed information that comes back. I think there's a lot of good discussion that happens, but not all of it gets back. I think there's opportunities, whether it be through sponsorship or other ways of generating revenue to grow those things. I got to sit in the previous delegation and listen to some of the things, and, you know, tax base is a big thing. It's our opinion, or my opinion, that you either grow or you die. And rec is a big part of how we grow that and how we attract people to our communities, whether it's doctors, mill workers, you know, industry. Don't be the transient town that we're in and we're out, and, you know, kind of call it like the rodeo or the circus. They show up for one weekend of the year and it's great, and then they're gone. We want to bring those people and retain them, and we feel that the rec board is a huge opportunity to help attract those people.
Do you think a quarterly meeting with all of council, like, is that something that would, like a quarterly meeting with all of council and a rec board together would like, be a better way to voice that? Like, we've changed the airport meeting to like once a year, but do you think rec, I mean, it's seasonally, lots of issues happen, so like instead of once a year, maybe it would be a quarterly meeting between the rec board? Like, what are you, what?
I certainly think there's value there, with meeting with a bigger group, of administration from the town, and the county, I guess. You know, I think it's definitely worth having a bigger group meeting. We've discussed bringing user groups, you know, the ball association, the hockey association, bring their representation to our meetings so that we can, you know, get their concerns out. We hear them all the time, no different than tax concerns, right, that you guys get. We hear them all the time, but we don't act on it. So are we being proactive, or we're just reactive when we need to fix a problem?
Yeah,
I
and,
s-
sorry.
No, go ahead.
And to influence like the capital budget as well. Like we have our rec master plan for its 10-year plan, right? But there's no reflection, or there's, I shouldn't say no, but there's no reflection in growth opportunities as part of our 10-year capital outlook either, that come from that master plan. Like, there's a lot of the 10-year capital budget is sustainment, right? It's not growth. So like Wendell said, like, if we don't grow, what are we doing as part of a recreational community, right? Like, we pride ourselves in being, like our town slogan is where adventure begins. And if we can't maintain that and grow that, what are we doing, right? So.
If I could just add, one more thing to that, I think there's a lot of opportunities there. One example I'll use was, I know we presented, the idea of hosting the 2026, summer games not too long ago. I'll be honest, I think it was a waste of money and resources that went into it. And I think the reason behind my view on that is, if we're not going to allocate capital to that, we don't meet the minimum requirements needed for seating in our swimming pools and baseball diamonds and our facilities that they require. And essentially, they've set those things up for more city-type settings to be able to host those things. We don't want to share those with other communities. We want to, have our community be the forefront and be able to do those things. But, I mean, that's slow growth. You can't grow beyond your means, but I think there needs to be a target of how can we get to that next step.
Yeah. So I see Councillor Musker has a question for you, or comment, and then,
Yeah, so do you see this, do you see yourselves as more an advisory role? And maybe you could flesh it out a little more, what your expectations are as an expanded role for the Parks and Rec group.
I think right now, basically how we understand it to be is that we're a sounding board. We hear the monthly reviews of what happens. I could read those on the internet. So yeah, we are looking for a bigger or a more expanded role. I mean, obviously you guys are going through the agreements right now. maybe we need to relook at those terms of reference that, hey, this group that's here has a willing desire to drive and grow this community. How, through what they represent, how does that look? If there's capital projects coming forward, can we help steer to that or have ideas how we can, retain sponsorship for other things?
And, yeah, because the recommendation to not put the bid through, that would have been nice to hear before we all discussed it. Counselor Phillips?
Yes, I have a couple things. So would you see the benefit of not just having a rec board, being able to talk to council, but actually having all of the stakeholders, like in a large setting, being able to bring their concerns?
I guess I'll answer that how I see it. I think if it's no different than any public engagement or survey that you guys have, let's be honest, the voter turnout wasn't what we would like it to be. I think we'll be more receptive if we as a board could bring them to us and have maybe that more one-on-one interaction, and we provide that feedback back to council.
And make recommendations and things.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, and I just wanted to thank you for what you do. I mean, obviously, recreation is a large part of our community, and, of course, it's a large part of our budget as well.
For sure,
And-
yeah.
And of course, we have to, temper, the residents' needs and wants and the budget in the same context, so it's, we appreciate having the information brought to us.
Thanks.
So we can make those decisions. Thank you.
So Counselor Hutchinson, you're on the rec board. Did you want to have any comments or questions for the delegation today? Okay. Do you have any final comments before you're on the limelight? So now's your chance.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
No, yeah, I think we said
I'm like-
what we came to say, and, yeah, appreciate the time.
I didn't mean to put you on the
We'll
spot, but
get you back on time.
yeah. Thank you so very much for bringing this to our attention, because we are discussing things right now, and look forward to hearing from you in the future.
Perfect.
So
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Yeah, the long wait. So moving forward in the agenda then, that concludes 4.5, and we are now at 5, adoption of the previous minutes. Does anybody have any questions or comments from the meeting minutes from March 21st, 2024? Seeing none, does anybody could I have a motion? Counselor Musker?
I'll make a motion to adopt the meeting minutes from March 21st, regular council meeting.
Thank you very much, Counselor Musker. Seeing as there's no other questions or comments about that motion, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So moving forward in the agenda, we have delegation business. Delegation was from Baker Tilly 6.1. And so I think we could have some discussion based on our discussion with Baker Tilly. So we're very satisfied with the financial statements, and they are happy, but we would like to maybe discuss having a policy in place so that we could have a meeting as the audit committee, not during the regular council meeting, frees us up to have more time and a better discussion. Their letter to us that I signed for council saying that we're responsible for the fiscal welfare of our community and that we're liable to decisions that are made, and has, just brought some importance to the audit community in our minds. And we don't have any problems with what is happening now, but it would be a good procedure to have maybe once a year a meeting. And I don't know if we need a policy or not. Councillor Chappelle, did you want to add to that sort of
Your
conversation?
worship, if you'd allow me, and this is to Mr. Kraus. I'm not sure, the discussion this morning was about putting a policy in place that allows us to have a discussion with the auditor, whoever that may be, for the day to determine if there's any anomalies or anything else, and just have open dialogue. Part of that meeting would be with administration, some part of the meeting wouldn't be with administration, and a meeting that would likely happen prior to a council meeting, not form part of a council meeting, just to determine what's going on. And it was suggested that maybe 2 times a year, just to keep us abreast with what's going on. Are you familiar with anybody else who has anything like this, or are we sort of out of the water on this one?
No, there's such thing as an audit committee. I mean, this council has chosen historically just to keep it as all of council and just conduct that business within a council meeting versus establishing a separate committee. But I mean, if council wants it to be a separate committee, then administration would just draft a bylaw establishing that committee and the purpose of that committee and how often they meet and so forth.
So I think as just like proper proper governance and procedure, we would like to investigate a policy and bylaw where all of council is on the audit committee meeting, and we meet either like directly before a council meeting, like so if we had council at 9, we met at 8 or something like that, so that we could have a discussion before we come into council meeting, is sort of like what the thought was, and maybe once or twice a year, once for sure. Councillor Chappelle, is that?
Your worship, I guess where I'm at is that we give it to administration, let them come back, and then we have this discussion about picking apart what it might look like. If we look
Just
at,
trying to give the scope.
yeah, well, I appreciate that, and I think if administration is aware of policies such as this or a bylaw like this, let's have a look at what it might look like, and then go on from there. I know it's work, but I think at the end of the day, it's necessary, just so that if we do have a meeting, we're not asking administration to leave the room. It's an uncomfortable feeling. Let's predetermine what it's gonna look like and then go from there.
Would you like a motion for that? Yes. Okay, so I make a motion. I guess I should have said that to start with. I make a motion that council looks at a policy for the audit committee meeting that includes all of council, that we meet once or twice a year before a council meeting that includes both administration and without administration, so we can come back and have a look at what that looks like. Any questions or comments about that motion? Seeing none, I will call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So our next motion would be, is on the board, that we accept the presentation for information. Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Phillips.
I will make a motion to accept item 6.2, our assessors as information.
6.1. So the presentation from Baker Tilly as information?
Sorry, do we need to do that when we've already made a motion? No.
Okay.
Sorry,
So,
I stand corrected.
okay, so then we don't need that. It was up on the board, so that's what I was going with. I could repeat it to you after the meeting. So moving forward with the agenda then, the delegation 6.2, does anybody have any questions or comments about that? Seeing none, Councillor Phillips, did you want to make your motion
Now
now?
I'd be happy to make a motion to accept item 6.2 as information.
Thank you very much, and I'll just ask if there's any questions or comments on that motion. Again, seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion, and that's carried. So 6.3, the delegation from Parks and Rec with the 2 members. If we don't need any discussion on that right now, I know we're going to be talking about the actual rec agreement in closed session, but could you just have a motion for information right now? Or is there discussion we'd like to have? So I'm looking for the motion on the board. Deputy Mayor Caprero.
I'll make a motion to accept item 6.3 as information.
The presentation from the Recreation Parks Community, yep. So any questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion, and that's carried. So moving forward in the agenda, I have 7.1 for old business, the RFD for the policing committee appointment, and I believe it's Councillor Phillips and Councillor Musker that are going to discuss that. Councillor Musker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a prepared statement to address this agenda item, so with your permission, I'll just read it.
Yes. absolutely.
Okay, to my esteemed colleagues, at our regular council meeting on March the 5th, 2024, this council voted unanimously in favor of me being appointed to the policing committee in place of Councillor Phillips. One of Mayor Bache's criteria for the appointment was that I, as a new councillor, would be on a committee that would be meeting regularly. Subsequently, at our regular council meeting on March 21st, 2024, Mayor Bache brought forward agenda item 7.3, a notice of motion to have council discuss reinstating two RCMP members back into service. A robust discussion followed between Mayor Bache and Councillor Phillips regarding the challenges and demands facing the local police detachment and our community. It was at this time that I began to realize that council may have been hasty in its decision to replace Councillor Phillips on the policing committee for the following reasons. Councillor Phillips is keenly aware of the challenges facing our local police detachment and is able to have meaningful discussions on the topic. He has history with the committee and built rapport with the existing committee members, and he has an earnest desire to serve on this committee. Considering the depth of experience Councillor Phillips has with the policing committee, I propose that we reinstate Councillor Phillips to the policing committee until the fall, when all committee appointments are reevaluated. In order to fulfill Mayor Bache's criteria that I be on a committee that would be meeting regularly, I would be happy to accept an appointment to the Rocky Public Library Board. These changes could be made seamlessly and in time for the next committee meeting scheduled this month. I hope the council finds my proposal favorable and votes to approve the changes I've suggested. Respectfully, me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Musker. So I agree, Councillor Phillips is very well informed and understands policing, but the opportunity for other council members to gain that breadth of knowledge so that there's not just one person on council that understands policing is the possibility where we change different members onto different committees. That's why annually we have that committee meeting. And so I certainly would like you to stay on it until the fall, so that if you don't feel comfortable then, but we've had our discussion, we've got some action steps moving forward, the pressure is off. I'd like you to learn about the policing committee meeting so that we don't just have two members that are passionate about it, but more members on council are just as informed and knowledgeable about what's happening with policing. And so that's just my comment. My other comment is that Councillor Phillips has now been elected or promoted to the regional library board. And I'm just wondering how that's going to affect him not being on the local library board when he becomes the regional library board member. Councillor Phillips.
So when it comes to the Parkland Regional Library Board and the Rocky Library Board, they're actually two completely separate boards. There's many municipalities that have a different representative on their local library board and the Parkland Regional Library Board. I am on the executive committee of the Parkland Regional Library Board, but there are two separate boards that meet separate times, separate days, and yes, different municipalities have different members on those boards.
Yeah, so I was just, because you got elected to that board because you were on the library board, I'm just wondering, now that you're not gonna have connection to our library board, how are you going to function on the Parkland Regional? It's, if you feel comfortable that
I
you can.
would feel comfortable having those two boards separated. Yes, they both have the word library in it, but they are essentially different committees. The Parkland Board is for the entire system, whereas the Rocky Library Board is just for our Rocky Library here in town. So, to me, having a different member sitting on those two committees is fine.
So to administration, right now, it's set up as just one, or how does it work with our bylaws for the regional and the Parkland? Do we have to change that then in the bylaws so that it's listed separately? They already are? Thank you. But it's usually just one position, so do we have to split it into two? Okay, sorry for the confusion. I was confused by the change. So I think Counselor Ald had his light on first. Counselor Ald?
I just want to say I appreciate Councilor Musker putting his name forward to let it stand there, but I do think it's important to have that history and that education on that policing committee, and I would be in support of that switch coming through.
Counselor Chappelle?
Councilor Musker, I appreciate the fact that you've put energy into your report. That was pretty awesome. I guess where I'm at is I would be prepared to put a motion forward. I've heard what's going on, and my motion would be that we make the swaps and that Councilor Phillips would give up the library board to Councilor Musker, and Councilor Musker give up the policing committee to Councilor Phillips, and we'd make that switch in the fall when we review all the committees, and we can have a look at it again then. But for the interim, for continuity, let's leave it as is. It makes sense and move forward. So I would make that motion. Maybe not in that many words, but if you could put that together for me, that would be awesome.
And so we'll give the legislative assistant, Tracy, a minute to say that we're going to appoint Councillor Phillips to the policing committee and appoint Councillor Musker to the library board. And the board positions will be reviewed at the regular time in October. Does everyone feel comfortable with the way that motion is now worded? Seeing as there's no further questions or comments on that motion, I will proceed with a vote, seeing none. So all in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So welcome to the library board and welcome back to the policing committee. So moving forward in the agenda, we have 7.2, a notice of motion on the airport building. And I would like to postpone that a second time until I have more information. I'm meeting with, for that motion as well as, and so does anybody have a problem with me postponing 7.2?
No, just your worship, do you have a date to postpone it to? 'Cause
Can-
otherwise, it just keeps coming
Can
back
I,
onto the agenda.
so can I let you know?
Postpone indefinitely is be the motion?
Postpone until, yeah, indefinitely, that would be fine. So I'll make a resolution for that, is that correct? Does anybody have a problem with that item being postponed today? So I'll make a motion to postpone that 7.2, and then seeing no further questions or comments on that,
Actually, I do have
Sorry,
a question.
yes?
You just mentioned, Mayor, about having a meeting regarding this. I'm just curious what the meeting, what it's about.
So all the airports have been meeting regularly as part of being the mayor. So I talked to them about, the similar pressures that they're finding with their airports. And so I just wanted to get some more feedback to move forward about what they're doing in similar situations.
Similar situation with the,
Owning an airport and being responsible fiscally for managing it and maintaining it. Counselor Phillips, did you have a question?
Just in regards to your motion, I'm just wondering, and this, just a question, Mr. Kraus, does the word indefinitely need to be in there, or will this just keep coming back to every council meeting?
If it's just postponed with no date, the administration would just
Okay.
keep bringing it back to each meeting. Or if council does a specific date, then it'll come back on that date. Indefinitely, we would just
Take it off until.
take it off until a motion is to bring it, the notice of motion back.
Okay, then I would just respectfully request a friendly amendment saying indefinitely.
It says it.
Oh, okay, when you had said it, you didn't say the word indefinitely, that's all.
I apologize, Counselor Phillips, for the confusion. Is there any further questions to that motion on the table? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? Thank you very much. I would also like to postpone indefinitely the civic building plans, as I believe it's coming back to council and we have some things happening that this is a little bit of a jump too quickly to make my motion. Does anybody have any questions or comments about that motion? Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. So that completes 7.3. 7.4, the RFD for the waste management bylaw for the third reading. Does anybody have any questions or comments about the waste management bylaw today? Mr. Kraus, I see your light is on.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to ensure council's aware, so Schedule C was updated since second reading, just to ensure the numbering for the offenses were in the schedule. So it'd be third reading with amendments, just to let council know.
So if there's no discussion on the item, we're looking for a motion for third reading with amendments. Counselor Phillips?
Yes, if there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion that council give third reading of Waste Management Bylaw 2024/05 as amended.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask again, no further comments or questions on that motion, and seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion, and any opposed, and that's carried. Thank you very much. Moving forward in the agenda, we're now at 8.1 for new business. We have an RFD consideration of reimbursing costs from Councillor Auld. Did you want to speak towards that?
I do, please, thank you. Like Councillor Moosker, I do have a document that I've printed out that I would like to read. So, to allow for full transparency, I would like to take this opportunity to provide some brief but up-to-date information, as well as some history on the legal proceedings that were instigated against myself by Alfred Von Hollen and Sheila Mazira. Some of council's not aware, but I was served legal papers at my place of business on Friday, January 19th at approximately 4 p.m. from Dentons Canada, LLP, represented by Kim Wakefield. They're a law firm based out of Edmonton. Of interest, Dentons Canada is one of the largest law firms in Canada, and in fact globally. Dentons Canada and Kim Wakefield are familiar with the town of Rocky, as they have unsuccessfully represented a local company in their lawsuit against the town of Rocky in the recent years. There was a court date scheduled for January 24th at 10 a.m., 5 days after I was served with the papers. Alfred Von Hollen had filed an application with the courts to have me removed from my position as town councillor due to my perceived involvement in doing my duty as a councillor that they claimed had a pecuniary interest conflict. Sheila Mazira had sworn an affidavit in support of Alfred Von Hollen, and his claim, the basis of the claim is that they felt I had a pecuniary interest in two items: A, the non-residential tax incentive bylaw, number 2023/06, and B, the sale of a town of Rocky Mountain House Lot 2 adjacent to Lot 3. These allegations were completely unfounded and another malicious attempt at damaging my character as a member of town council. In February of 2023, a resident of Clearwater County, Leland Basoto, brought forward a code of conduct complaint against me and other members of council regarding the second part B of this current order. This was investigated by a legal firm, Kingsgate Legal, and it was deemed to be a malicious and vexatious claim, and in their legal opinion had no merit under a code of conduct bylaw. The code of conduct complaint was dismissed, but not before the town paid several thousands of dollars to Kingsgate Legal for investigating the claim. This current order against me includes a continuance of that original baseless claim because it didn't succeed the first time. Another avenue was taken, hence the legal action. The need for legal representation was apparent after my initial court date, when it was strongly advised me by the presiding judge that I obtain legal counsel. It was after this that I then contacted Ogilvy Law and James Murphy. After hours and hours of research, Mr. Murphy agreed to represent me, and we were scheduled to go to court again on March 8th. On March 7th, I received word from Mr. Murphy that the complainant had asked to withdraw his order against me. I believe the only reason they would ask to withdraw the case is that they knew there was no chance that they were going to get a judgment in their favor, and that there would be the opportunity for Mr. Von Hollen to be required to cover my substantial legal fees. I was not comfortable having this case withdrawn as it would not prove my innocence in this matter. It would simply just go away. Mr. Murphy went back to the court and was successful in having the case against me dismissed, not just withdrawn. Mr. Von Hollen also had to sign a court document that he would not pursue the file again in the future. With the seriousness of the allegations that were brought forward, I believe that the parties involved assumed that I would simply resign my position due to the threat of legal action and the clause that I would have to pay the bill for Denton's Canada as well if the judgment came back in their favor. In reporting to me, my lawyer stated, as we advised throughout, the law in relation to matters such as this directs that any claims based on allegation of pecuniary interest must be substantiated with credible evidence. No such evidence was presented by the applicant because none exists. We have carefully reviewed all of the materials filed, the agendas, minutes, and videos of every council and committee proceeding put in issue. The report of Kingsgate Legal in relation to the early code of conduct complaints and various other news reports and materials we found to be germane. In all of this, we found no indication whatsoever of impropriety on your part. As some would believe otherwise, this position is very important to me and I take it extremely seriously. I have always conducted my affairs on my term as council as professionally and ethically as possible, and I will continue to do so until my time on council has ended. I will not be bullied or intimidated to resigning my position on council. So council, as per MGA section 179, and the fact the case was dismissed, I'm asking council to consider paying the legal fees associated with my representation by Ogilvy Law, as this was nothing more than a personal vendetta and a malicious attempt to have me removed from my position on council. Due to the fact the case was dismissed before we had it heard in special chambers, Ogilvy Law has sent their bill to me, and I'm requesting that council authorizes the town to cover my costs of $1,592.20. If there's any questions or discussion, I would be happy to answer any.
I see Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. I am definitely in favor to reimburse Councillor Ald. After reading through the 25-page documents that are attached to the agenda, I noticed there's a number of times that the claim is against Councillor Ald. It says Councillor Ald participated in a discussion. He identifies respondent as a town councillor. Later on in one of the other affidavit, again, refers to Councillor Dave Ald. So in my opinion, there's enough basis in the two affidavits themselves that it is Councillor Dave Ald that was being sued, and I feel he was participating as a councillor and not as a private member. So I feel that we should be supporting this motion.
Does anybody, Councillor Chappelle?
Before we get into the discussion about whether we do or don't, I guess I got a process question, and that's about conflict of interest about discussion, and if Mr. Ald should be in this room during the discussion about him getting money from the town or not. I guess that, I just want, and I know it's up to you, Councillor Ald, to make up your opinion. I just don't want to get us into the dilemma.
Well, I will be happy to remove myself from the discussion for sure. If there was any questions, is all I'm here for.
Okay,
After
I just
that,
want to make sure that we protect.
So with that being said, is there any further questions to pose to Councillor Ald? Councillor Hutchinson, you have a question to pose to Councillor Ald?
No, just to respond back to Councillor Chappelle. If we're going that direction, I wonder, you're named in this too.
He's not asking for money.
I know, but I'm just wondering, where do we draw the line? Like, is it something that you would feel more comfortable because you were named in it to be removed from the room as well? If that's the direction?
Good question. I'm looking at pecuniary interests. Conflict of interest typically involves money. There's no money for me per se.
I just want to make sure you're covered.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. That's a good question. Maybe,
So
I'm
with that being said, it's up to each individual person, so you can make the decision. So I want to clarify again, Are there any questions to Counselor Ald? Now is your opportunity before we have a further discussion where it might put him in a precarious situation of conflict of interest. Is there any questions for Counselor Ald? Counselor Ald, did you want to make, your light is on, did you want to make another statement before?
No, just respond.
Okay. So no one else has any further questions? Okay, so I think it might be a good time to see, did you want to excuse yourself before we have the discussion about anything further?
If there's no questions, I'll recuse myself from this portion of the meeting.
Okay, and then we'll come and get you when the conversation has concluded.
And your worship, since my name has been discussed here, I will do the same. I don't think I
That's
have
fine,
to,
that's
but I
fine,
think that
that's
if I'm
fine.
gonna err, I'm gonna err on the side of caution,
That's fine.
so.
Yep, that's fine. So I have an administrative inquiry. So it was made really clear through orientation from our legal counsel that we're responsible for things that come up, even if we're on council. And is that not an accurate depiction of what was explained to us? Like, if you have a code of conduct, you have to get a private lawyer separately, and you're responsible for that. And if you have a lawsuit, then you have to have a lawyer, and you're responsible for that. That was the orientation, that was my understanding of the orientation. We've had a number of times.
So your worship, you're specific to Councillor Ald's request for reimbursement, or?
No, just in general, my general impression is that's the way it works.
So this is very specific in the MGA under section 179, and it's on the front page of the RFD, that it states council may reimburse the person in respect to whom the application under this division was made. So this is specific to this type of application.
Because it was a lawsuit specifically directed towards him when he was on council,
Under pecuniary interest.
under, specifically under,
In-
I just
for
need some
disqualification,
clarification
yeah.
about the MGA before moving forward.
This is all specific to the disqualification section of the MGA. Enforcement of disqualification.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I saw that MGA was in there, but I just, when we were given that orientation, I just didn't know how it related to that. Counselor Phillips.
Yeah, I'm looking at section 179. I'm just going to read section 179, that the council may reimburse the person in respect of whom an application under this division was made for any costs and expenses that the council considers reasonable, other than costs that have already been awarded by a judge, to the person by a judge, if, and here's subsection A, if the application is dismissed. And in this case, it was dismissed, so to me, it's pretty clear that this is reasonable, and I support it.
So you support paying for the fees?
Yes, based on section 179 of the MGA, yes.
And it, just to clarify, it also says we don't have to, right? It says we may, it's
Correct.
possible, may,
Yeah.
doesn't say we, yeah. Does anybody else have any questions or comments about this discussion? Counselor Deputy Mayor Caprero?
Seeing as there's no further discussion on it, I'm prepared to go ahead and make a motion. Be it resolved that council reimburse Councillor Ald for the total invoice of $1,592.20.
Thank you very much. So with that motion, I don't think it's up to the town of Rocky Mountain House to pay for Counselor Ald's legal advice. I understand that it fits in this specific section of the MJ, but that's my discussion. Does anybody else have any discussions before I call it to a vote? Counselor Hutchinson?
Thank you. I just want to express again, when you reread the documents and how many times he is referred to as a counselor, and being a counselor and doing council business, and this arose from it, that I feel it's pretty clear. If they had not referred to him at all throughout this document and had nothing to do with council or Councillor David Ald, I would agree with you, but because of the wording and the way they've specified it countless times, I believe that we should be covering this.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion on that agenda item, I will call that for a vote. All in favor of the motion, and those opposed? And so that motion is carried. And thank you very much. We'll let the two councillors back in again. So just so that both councillors know now, the motion on the board was carried, and so we're moving forward in the agenda. So agenda item 8.2, rural renewal stream, and I see Mr. Schwader is here to discuss some more findings.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm just bringing back the RFD in regards to the Rural Renewal Stream Program. At the March 12th Governance and Priorities Committee meeting, Council was just inquiring about the costs of staffing and setup costs required for this program to proceed. So if you go further into the RFD, there's a breakdown of the costs that would be involved. Page 6 of 8, I don't know if that helps you or not, but in regards to part-time compared to a permanent full-time, for a yearly cost, it'd be $36,594 for a part-time, 0.5, and $80,000 for a permanent full-time. Since March 12th meeting, we have got an update regarding the process time in regards to this program, and as of March 19th, there's still approximately 1602 in the system. It takes actually 6 months for it to process. So just some information for council in regards to the program.
So I'm sorry, is it 16,002?
Oh, 1602.
1,602?
Yeah.
1,602?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So any questions in regards to the costs that would be involved with this program?
Do you feel that through economic development and tourism, we could be able to find funding in those departments and shimmy it over into this through your budgets? You know, if we don't have employees for businesses, it's pretty hard to grow economically. And so I'm just wondering if we have to make a resolution to add to the budget, or if we can shuffle priorities. Maybe that's a Mr. Kraus question.
Just in regards to the budget, you know, we have no additional wages, I guess, in that line. Is the budget capable of helping with these costs? If we take it from other areas of promotional and that type of stuff, we could earmark that for the wages.
I always like to, you know, if our focus is development, you know, maybe we could take a break from tourism, because if we don't have employees, you know, then we won't be able to support the tourism that we grow, is a concern. And that was certainly voiced to me, you know, from some of the businesses, and from, if you look at the chamber's response, some of their letters as well, that, you know, they need some assistance with staffing levels. I see Councillor Chappelle and then Councillor Hutchinson had questions or comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if to Mr. Schwader or Mr. Kraus. So this is an annual fee of $38,000 you're looking at. We're partway into the year. So the cost this year will likely be by the time we get it orchestrated, likely looking at probably 60% of that amount, with a possibility of maybe the county will join in, maybe, maybe not. So then the question is, where do we find $25,000, for example, or possibly if the county chimes in, maybe $12,000? Is this an impossibility, or can we find that kind of fund someplace? I think the program is necessary. Just gotta make sure we have money for it.
So, Your Worship, just to answer that, then I would bring that back to council of what you want us to cut out of the economic development programs we offer right now, versus us just, that's a council decision. We'll be reducing a service level somewhere. So we'd bring that back. And I guess in response to it, I mean, if it's that important to our economic development, then be money well worth spent, versus reducing services elsewhere. So, just a comment.
So it wouldn't be necessarily reducing services if we could shift them from one priority to another temporarily until,
Well, it would be a shift in service somewhere. I mean, say, for example, I mean, you gotta remember when we talk service, we also talk functions or whatever. So this year we say no more trade shows, for example. And if council's fine with that, then that's where we could find money. I'm just using one example. Jeff could probably give me other activities. But I would wanna bring that back to council because that's a shift in service or level or a function that we do that council's already approved in the budget.
okay, because of the approval of the budget process?
Yes.
Okay. I want to move forward with this, but I don't want to spend extra money. Counselor Chappelle, how do you feel?
I'm not advocating that we cut back anything that we're doing right now. I'd like to see everything stay intact and to, I know we didn't win the lottery, but hopefully someplace we can find the dollars needed to start the program. Hopefully, someplace, maybe a little shifting here or there, but I don't really, I'm not in favor of cutting programs back that we've already got in the queue. I just want to add to it, so I'm not sure if that's a possibility, if there's funds available out there. So, Mr. Kraus, short of winning the lottery, do we have funds available for the $25,000?
Quick answer, no. And I think Ms. Quinlan can attest to me, we budget very tight. In fact, even to this year, and our budget is very tight, or last year. I mean, so it really comes down to bringing back. So, to me, you know, if to try this program, and the administration's all for trying this program, and adding $25,000 or $30,000 in this budget out of unrestricted reserve to start a program and see how it goes is pretty minimal if you think the gain for the economic development of the community is going to be that good.
So here's another question. Could we shift people from some services that they're currently doing so we can start on the program right away, and the new person that we bring in cover those responsibilities? Because I know that we are hiring right now for positions, and it takes some time to get the position filled. So I'm just wondering if we could do that, cut services temporarily until we find the new person? Would that be like, it's a question, not a,
Yeah, no, but I think if council approves this, it could work, we would advertise for the position right away, but we wouldn't wait for that position to come in to start the process with the province. We would start with the process with the province right away, and hopefully that all syncs, and then when we have the person hired, it's up and running as fast as possible.
so that would satisfy my thinking about how it would work. Counselor Phillips?
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely do not want to impact any of our economic development officers' opportunities currently. We have a plan set in place on what we do economically, and I think it's important that we keep those priorities and keep them in the forefront. This is a whole separate program for sure. To me, I mean, we're always being asked, how are we helping our businesses? How are we helping our businesses? This is a concrete way that we can help our businesses. We know that labor is in dire supply in the province of Alberta and the country of Canada, and this is a way that we can actively help our businesses I think we need to at least try it for a year and see what the results are. And for me, to have this coming out of the council priority reserve is the option that I would choose, because I don't want to have this program come in at the expense of our economic development opportunities.
And I think our EDO and that department knows best of where they would, knowing our priorities for helping our community, would know best of where their budgeting is. So, I'm fine either way, that we designate the money or we wait for a report to see what things could be changed. I'm fine either way. I definitely want to move forward. Like you said, we are in need of people. I'm sorry, Councillor Hutchinson, I did not see your light.
Thank you. I've done a fair bit of research on this. I would like to see us on a move forward basis with actually putting a plan in place, not just, it's not that, I appreciate the program and I think it could add benefit as well. But to me, we're just jumping in right now without a lot of, or there's a lot of unknowns. A couple other municipalities, they applied for their, they received their designation in January 2023, but it's taken them a year to implement their pilot project. It's still not going forward yet. There's other partnerships that we could collaborate with. There was another one that had, obviously the chamber, a newcomers, non-for-profit, learning centers to partner with, because they all play an important part. If we have, people coming into town that they may not be speaking English. So I just feel like this is a much, much bigger picture. If we could apply for the designation immediately, because that may take time as well, and then to come back at service level, or maybe some information could come back, but to actually put a plan in place, be it called, some of them are called Rural Renewal Community Preparedness and Implementation Plan, or Newcomer Integration Program. Like, I just feel that this is one step in it, but we've got to build a bigger plan to go forward. So I would like to see it dug real deep into service level. There, like Mr. Schwader said, over 1,600 are already in queue of the applications. They're probably a good 6 months behind from what the statistics say. So we won't even be looking at possibly getting any applications in for at least 6 months. So that would give us the time to prepare something, some type of a plan to go forward.
Councillor Phillips.
My concern with that is if we wait 6 months before we do anything, now we're 6 months behind even
year.
starting from step one. This position, we can start with the rural renewal stream. Maybe it morphs into something different after we've got into this program and we see how it works. And maybe there's other opportunities that we come into while we're doing this program. But I think if we delay it 6 months, we're just pushing this down 6 months down the road and we're not actually doing anything. There is a need for this. Our business community needs employees, and if we can help them, I'm all for helping them. The trade fair that I went to for the franchises to see what kind of franchises would come to Rocky Mountain House, this was the #1 question that we had. Are you part of this program? If you're not part of this program, we will probably not consider going to your community, because we go to one that does have it. So labor shortage is very much on the forefront of anyone that has dollars and is looking to invest in our community. And I think that we need to do this to A, support the business community that we have, and B, to support the business community that wants to come into our good community. So I think we need to do this now. I don't think this is something we can wait 6 months for. That's just my 2 cents.
Mr. Kraus, can we pull it out of reserves for economic development? So I'd like to make a motion at this time that council proceed with the rural renewal stream program at that estimated cost of $38,000 to cover the cost of a 0.5 permanent position time employee, with the funds to be allocated from the it's not council priority reserve, it's from the economic development reserve. Same thing? Yeah, I'm allowed to finish my motion. We can still talk about my motion after I've done my motion. Thank you though, Councillor Musker. So my motion is on the screen there. Is there any questions or comments about the motion on the table? Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. I was wondering where the consideration of extra time would fit into here with things like website design, all the planning documents that need to be rolled out. I mean, you look at any other municipality and they've got quite a lengthy page on the website that takes you to the different directions. And has that cost been kind of calculated in this funding?
No, that'll be done internally by our communication staff, but it's not part of this funding, it's not a hard cost.
So if there's no further questions or comments about the motion on the table, seeing none, I'll call that to vote. All in favor of that motion? And any opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So moving forward in the agenda, we have 8.3. And thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And I look forward to what's going to happen next. We have a notice of motion, 8.3, from Councillor Chappelle, coffee with a councillor feedback. And I think it's a good discussion, seeing as we're just coming into the coffee with a councillor season. Thank you. That was a mouthful.
Thank you, Your Worship. I put it on as a notice of motion. I'm just looking for a direction as we do coffee with the councillor. It was brought forward at the last coffee with the councillor I did a few weeks back as to what we're doing with the information. And last year we tried a couple of different attempts and in the end didn't do a whole bunch of anything with the information. So I guess what I'm looking at is something more formatted, whatever that might look like. There was a question about what some of the comments are and if they were negative comments and how we deal with that, and you know, do we just add it to our council reports, or I guess I just want clarification as to how we're going to deal with what we get from coffee with the councillor. Last year we changed it a couple times. I just want to be clear for this year so we have a go forward plan with that information.
So thank you for bringing it up. So currently, right now, we have been putting it on our council reports. And then the suggestion is there might be some delicate topics that would, you know, like should fall into a FOIP situation. And so we can always add those comments, I believe, to the CAO closed session dialogue. But how does everybody feel? Should we have a separate monthly agenda item, or should we keep it into our council reports, and then any items that are like FOIP, you know, like that would fall into that could be discussed as a CAO dialogue? Councillor Musker.
Okay, I don't have any experience with coffee with the council. I'm looking forward to doing that. But if I have a concern, I don't want us to send the message that somehow coffee with a councillor is going to be replacing our formal existing avenues for engaging with council.
Yeah, so this would be just an avenue that we can engage easily with the public. It's part of the overall strategic plan of engagement with the public. It's not gonna, I don't feel that it's replacing anything. And lots of times if they have a really formal request, one of the things we discussed last year is if you're there and someone brings you a concern, the best way that they can handle concerns is by an email to council formally with their name, specifically what it is, and then we can forward that concern to the CAO. And then if it's an item like there's a pothole on blah, blah, blah street, or whatever their, you know, concern is, does that sort of give a little bit more bearing, but then there's items that come up that maybe we need to discuss as a council that we want to be aware of. And I think that's more so where Mr. Chappelle is going, or Councillor Chappelle is going. Is that correct?
Correct. So, Councillor Musker, what we have is when we do Coffee with the Council, we pick up a package here at the town office, and administration and/or the communication people give you a clipboard that's got a sheet that if you have complaints come in, you can write them on there, and that you drop that off the next day, and then it gets dealt with internally. So if there's the pothole complaint or whatever, you just put it on there. So we have that process in place. But sometimes there's other concerns that come forward, and what do we do about them? So one was about
Post
The
office
su- the s-
boxes.
the which?
Post office
Yeah,
boxes.
post office boxes, things like that. So what do we do with that information? You know, if somebody's complaining their street hasn't got graded all winter and the snow pile's big, you know, what do you do with that information? I mean, they want to be heard, they want that information to go someplace, so how do we deal with that? Yes, you can put it on the form and it gets dealt with, but how does council find out about it then? And that's where the problem I have, or the concern I have, question I have, is how do we address it? The last Coffee with the Councillor, I did up an email and send an email out to Mr. Kraus and the rest of council. If that's the avenue we take going forward, then I'm okay with that, as long as someplace the information is not just on my ears, but everybody's ears, so.
So does anybody have any questions or comments? This is the opportunity where we can discuss how we'd like to handle information and what process we'd like to do moving forward. Councillor Phillips.
I'm fine with either the email, you know, that goes to the CAO and to council, or to put it onto our council reports. I'm fine either or, I'm fine with that. If it's anything of a sensitive nature or something that's, you know, directly involves staff or something like that, I would suggest those matters should come to the CAO dialogue. But everything else I think could go on either our council reports or the email. I'm fine with either of those formats.
So I'm kind of hearing status quo. Keep it going what we're doing. Does that satisfy your questions, or do you want something more like a policy or something more formal? You just wanted to have a discussion.
I'm not so sure we had status quo.
Okay.
I just want,
All right.
I'm looking for status quo.
Okay, all right.
Or what will be going forward. So I think what I'm hearing is, we send out an email to everybody of all the discussed topics, to Mr. Kraus and council. And if there's concerns, we have the clipboard there that we can give to administration to deal with if it's anything that needs dealing with. So, if that's the format we're gonna take, then I'm okay with that.
And
I'm
then-
not sure if we need that in a motion or just as just knowledge.
Okay.
So we all do the same thing.
And so are we putting any information that we've discussed then in our counselor reporting then? Or do you want it just to be an email? Because sometimes when the public brings things to you at Coffee for the Counselor, they want to see that you've talked about it with everybody. Even if they don't hear back, they just want to see that you've discussed whatever potholes making them frustrated or whatever. Like, that's what I'm trying to see if you want to have that.
Do we want to do both? We can do the abridged edition in our counselor pack, so just identifying the topics that were discussed about. If there's more than that, then it can go out in an email.
Yeah, just as people are, you know, we're happy with the way that's working. Counselor Musker? No, please ask questions. Now's the time.
Okay, so this kind of addresses I don't want this to supersede our more formal avenues, right? And so in those situations, a letter to council ends up on the agenda, gets read, we talk about it, we deal with it. So I don't think it needs to be in both places. If it's that important that it needs to be addressed, then use one of the more formal avenues that are already available.
Sometimes people don't like to be formal. That's why we are elected, because they don't want to be the one to bring it up. They don't want the community to go, oh, so-and-so wrote a letter. You know what I mean?
That's kind of part of it.
I understand fully, but I'm just giving you why we are doing things the way we're doing it. No, but please, feel free, like, we're just trying to sift through what way to go. Counselor Phillips?
Then I would suggest we put it on our council reports, then everybody has that information, the public has the information, we have it because we read our own council reports. Then it solves all the problems.
And if there's something that shouldn't
And
be
if there,
on
and
there.
if there's something emergent, then yes, that could go as an email to the CAO and to council if it's something that's time sensitive. But for the rest of it, it could just go in our council reports.
So does that conclude our discussion? So I don't see a resolution coming out of that, but do you need to say that we had the discussion for information?
So your worship, a little procedure, we're just gonna do a little bit backwards today. So a notice of motion, when a councillor makes a notice of motion, that motion actually goes on the table at the beginning of the discussion. So Councillor Shipple's motion should have been voted on, and then you guys had the discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But, it worked, so we can just have that notice of motion, voted on, and we're good.
I apologize for
Yeah,
that.
no, it's,
I'm like,
fine.
I didn't
Council
catch that.
started.
I
didn't wanna
it's a
interrupt
different-
council's
It's a different, discussion, so I would like to, if there's no further questions or comments about the motion on the table, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? All in favor of the motion? We've already had the discussion. Does everybody agree that we're okay having the discussion?
Well-
We're doing it backwards.
Does it have to be, so my notice of motion was about information. Can the motion that's now on the table be revised about the discussion that's occurred?
Well,
Or
then
does it have
that'd
to
be a-
remain?
yeah, So your worship, that'd be a second motion.
Okay.
But under your procedural bylaw, a notice of motion is the motion, that's on the table first for discussion. So,
Okay.
for example, council
So
could
I'm
have-
gonna call the motion to a vote. We're all gonna vote on discussing what we just finished discussing.
So I'm gonna speak against my motion, and then I'll introduce a new motion.
I don't think you can at this point. Is
Okay.
that right, Mr. Kraus? We have to vote on this one right here and just
Yes.
move
Give me
on.
the direction, please.
Yes, just please vote on this one, and then we're,
So is that clear? Everybody's got to vote on the motion. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed of the motion? Now, are there any other motions moving forward from this? We don't need any because we can just move on. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on with the agenda. And I apologize, next time we do a notice of motion, I will call the motion to vote to start with, and then we'll have the discussion over the motion. So we're moving on to 9.1, the correspondence for action. Mr. Kraus, did you want to talk about that
yeah,
letter?
your worship, I think our auditor talked about this, today. This is the standard, planning letter for the, audit. So it's just for council to accept, and it pretty much lays out his responsibilities, our responsibilities, and so.
Does anybody have any questions or comments on that? Would somebody like to make a motion? Counselor Phillips.
I'll make a motion that we accept item 9.1, the audit committee planning letter as information.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? And any opposed? And that's carried. So moving forward to 9.2, I can speak to that, just, oh, I lied. Counselor Hutchinson. So the motion on the table. Okay. The screen is, don't look at the screen. Okay. Sorry. So, 9.2, the request is that we would like to formally invite to the AJTMA conference, an AGM scheduled for July 26th and 27th, to the mayor and council of Kamakawa. So it was suggested at our meeting last week, our committee meeting, that we do a formal, proper, official invite because of the timing of it. They feel that there will be a number of people coming. They also have an election, and they just need to get their ducks in a row. So we need to formally invite them from council to their council to invite them to come. The Alberta Japan Twin Municipality Conference is on the anniversary of our 40th anniversary of being a twinned municipality with Kamikawa, Japan. And we are anticipating, from the committee's perspective, a big attendance, and we're especially excited to have visitors from Japan. Any questions about the letter we need to write? Okay, so I can make that motion from being on the committee. Be it resolved that council instruct administration to draft a letter to the mayor and the council of Kamikawa to formally invite them to the AJTMA conference and AGM scheduled for July 26th and 27th of 2024. And then, do we need to do a second one for future mayor? That should cover it, right? Yeah, okay. We know that there's an election happening. It's why there was some discussion. So that's my motion. Does anybody have any questions about that motion? So I'll see no further questions or comments. I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion? And any opposed? And that's carried. And thank you very much. So we have correspondence for information, 10.1 to 10.6. Is there anything anybody wanted to discuss? So I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
I would like to put forward a motion to accept the correspondence for information 10.1 through to 10.6 for information.
Thank you very much. There's no questions or comments on that motion. I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of the motion and opposed, and that's carried. Thank you very much. So now we're at number 11, 11.1, the action list for April 2nd of 2024. Mr. Kraus.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So for the first one, the Ambassador Program Policy to Service Level, so that's actually done. We've added to the agenda for the fall service level already. The next two are notice of motions for energy efficient grants and municipal energy manager. That's in progress, and we'll be bringing that to council on May 14th. The next one was RCMP positions, and actually that one is done. The letter is actually in the package. Mid-sized town mayor's caucus, that's just when the mayor has the opportunity to actually meet or whenever it happens.
Yeah.
Then the final two, post house rental rates and benefit comparisons, that's scheduled for next week for council.
So the last mayor's meeting was canceled because it was the Wednesday of the storm. Everybody was coming home from Alberta municipalities. And there was an email that canceled that meeting, so that's where we're at with that. That meeting was canceled. So does anybody have any questions for the action list for April 2nd, 2024? Would somebody like to make a motion to accept for information the action list for April 2nd, 2024? Councillor Deputy Mayor Caprero.
I will make the motion to accept the action list for April 2nd, 2024 as information.
Thank you very much. So seeing there's no further questions or comments on that motion, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? And opposed, and that's carried. So do we have any administrative inquiries? Go ahead. Councillor
Sorry, Your Worship.
Schifelt.
Thank you. To Mr. Kraus. This has to do with the industrial road. And last year we were gonna put a slurry finish on it, and that got canceled. And then I just wanna get an update. There's people there saying how that road is basically corduroy going through there. So the question is, what's the plan of attack on that road? I don't know what.
It's 43rd Street.
Oh, thank you, 43rd Street.
It's
I'm sure we have
bad.
it in the budget this year to repave that street. No? Is it next year? Okay.
Paving would be awesome.
No, I know we abandoned the slurry seal, simply because we couldn't get a contractor to it, and we were gonna put in the queue for repaving. can't remember which streets we're repaving this year, but I thought that was one. But we'll have to verify that, I guess.
Do you have another one? Just that we have people
Yeah.
wanting to.
Okay, the only other one I have, and that's an email I sent out with the McNutt subdivision. And the McNutt subdivision is, some of the residents there are saying that in a state of disrepair. And I guess I'm not sure what the answer is there, short of looking at a program to maybe start doing something more serious in that area, maybe asphalt, curb and gutter, I don't know what the answer is. But I'm not sure if that's on the radar in the next 10-year plan or 5-year plan, or where we're at with the McNutt subdivision.
No, it's not on a 10-year plan to pave McNutt subdivision. It's still the SB 40. I know our crew was out today looking at it, and we'll do the required maintenance and repair when weather permits, because it does, like any other road, take its beating in the winter. As far as paving, I mean, that's up to, there's two avenues for paving McNutt. One, it can be initiated by the residents. They can petition to have it paved, and that would, or council can take the initiative to have it paved. But one thing that'd be the major consideration is it a local improvement levy then, and that would be a council decision. And if council wants to go down that path, I mean, we could definitely put together a local improvement plan where would we compile costs of what it would cost to pave that area. Then we would break it out per property, either by frontage or assessment or lot area, depending on which method council wanted to use. And we could ask those citizens if they would like a paved road, but it's going to be through a local improvement program, which would increase your annual taxes by a certain amount over a period of 15 to 25 years.
I have a question about that. When we had discussions about McNutt subdivision before, and through other discussions, is it not a better cost to have something paved than to have it gravel or this SB 40 for maintenance? So like, could we have a review of what the current costs are of the continual maintenance for that subdivision versus just paving it, and then in the long run we'd be saving money because the maintenance would be so much further reduced?
I don't think the maintenance would be reduced to an amount that it's going to work out that way for paying it back. I mean, because the maintenance, no difference in pothole and crack sealing versus what maintenance we do on the SB 40.
But
You know,
they're
it's
they're
probably-
complaining that they're not getting a level of service right now, so
For road maintenance, they're probably getting the same level of service as any other road in town, but it's just a different type of road. I mean, I'm sure our crew would love to have it paved also, because it's just easier to grade, it's easier to maintain, but there's still maintenance there.
okay, so could we have a cost comparison of maintenance and like the total picture of it before we like look at the local improvement levy, or would we have to ask for the local improvement levy first and then do a comparison of the overall maintenance changes and the cost of the capital infrastructure?
I think Councillor Schipel wants it.
So the local, the levy that you would do, can it be a shared levy, or does it have to be 100% on the landowner, or how does that work?
That's 100% in council's realm.
Okay.
I mean, if you think it's only one, like, if it's only one area that's benefiting, generally it's 100% local level levy. But if council feels, you know, there's a certain portion of the whole municipality that benefits from it, then that percentage is worked out.
Do you have enough information? Okay.
But to proceed to do a local improvement plan, I would need a resolution of council, because we would obviously have to incur costs to do figuring in the engineering costs to figure out how much it would cost to pave. It's well worth exploring, and maybe it's next year's budget, but
Okay, does anybody else?
Sorry, just how much, what kind of cost will we be looking at for engineering and like?
I would like I think I would like to get back to
Okay.
council on that versus giving
He's
you.
not gonna ballpark that.
Grab it, but, if that's the administrative inquiry that, administration obtain engineering costs to look at paving McNutt, then I'm more than happy to do that.
Counselor Shaw.
Would that be a notice of motion, or would I make that a motion now?
No, that's an administrative inquiry, and then I'll bring it back to another council meeting under administrative inquiry with that information.
Okay, I will make that a motion then, if I could.
Administrative inquiry for the cost.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said.
no, I actually, a motion would be better.
Sorry, because you didn't say that. You said the opposite.
So
Okay.
okay, so the motion would be that we do,
Sorry.
do costing, municipal inquiry is into costing the asphalt, the McNutt subdivision, curb and
I don't think you want.
curb gutter and asphalt, I guess, I don't know.
So the first step is for us to bring back an engineering cost to do that,
Okay,
right? And
perfect. So, Tracy, if you can put that into my motion, and we're gonna bring
She's
back.
got it right there.
Perfect, thank you.
Could we also have to that, the changes that it would be for maintenance versus gravel road, what we have now? Because that's another, no, just find out the cost of paving, or find out the cost of engineering to pave it? Okay, one thing at a time. So that's I'm going to ask if there's any questions on the motion on the table. Seeing none, I'll call that to a vote. All in favor of that motion? Any opposed? And that's carried. Do we have any other administrative inquiries? So now I'm looking for notices of motion. Counselor Hutchinson?
Thank you. I have two notices of motion. The first one, be it resolved that council directed men to develop a municipal water shortage response plan to be brought forward to the June 11th, 2024 GPC meeting.
Thank you very much. And do you have a second notice of motion today?
I do. Excuse me. Be it resolved that council directed men to bring back the cost of a facilitator to review the current strategic development plan and to include a long-term strategic plan and review of the current community sustainability plan for the May 21st, 2024 council meeting.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a notice of motion that we review the time and scheduling of the Tuesday meetings, starting at 9 and then having no lunch break until 2 o'clock seems a little daunting when we used to have it start at 1, so you could have 2 good meals before you started your day. And so I'd like to discuss that because it doesn't seem to be working great for me, not having lunch on Tuesdays. And so I would like to make a motion that we change it back to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Any other notices of motion? So, go ahead.
I'd like to do a notice of motion if you would allow me.
Yes.
Your worship, and that would be, not that I'm like Councillor Hutchinson, but that we re-look at the McNutt subdivision for a subclass for taxation. There was a report done in December 2022 by administration, and I just think that things are a little bit different out there, and so I'd like to pull that report out of the cobwebs and reassess the McNutt subdivision and create a subclass for that area. Originally, it was looked for any area that had like a paved, not paved street and stuff. I think we just specifically need to look at the McNutt subdivision.
Thank you very much for that notice of motion. Do we have any other notices of motion today? Okay, so we have two more items on the agenda, and both of them are in closed session, so I'd like to break for 5 minutes so that we can, Everybody hide your chips. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Town of Rocky Mountain House for Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. We are about to go into closed session, so I'm looking for a motion. Counselor Phillips.
I will make the motion to go into closed session.
Thank you very much. All in favor of that, with the no questions or comments on that motion, all in favor? And any opposed? And that's carried. So we're now. Thank you very much. We've just come out of our final closed session of the day. And so we've had no business coming from any of the closed session items that we've just had. And so I will adjourn the meeting for April 2nd, 2024. Meeting adjourned.